Peggy 16. just being nice should get him the girl. So now we'll complain about how we thought it should be. Why does this always happen to me? To me. She's stupid pretty, he's pretty stupid. Lonely losers, you in a toothpick. Lost in the dark, trying to turn on the lights. He just wants the one, she wants something to bite tonight. She took a skirt off, he didn't notice. He gave her a hug, she wanted a kiss. He missed the sign, so she found a different guy. So sorry, Jack, but better luck next time. Girls just suck, they're out of touch. I guess that asking for a quick one is just too much. So she's a cause she doesn't like you back. She's Omega, you're the alpha of your own wolf pack. But come tonight, he's gonna think of you, and he's got a tissue for his issue and a date with his hand. Hugging his pillow, crying hints up the sleeve. That's the girl that was meant to be with me. With me. She's stupid pretty, he's pretty stupid. Lonely losers, you in a toothpick. Lost in the dark, trying to turn on the lights. He just wants the one, she wants something to bite tonight. She took a skirt off, he didn't notice. He gave her a hug, she wanted a kiss. He missed the sign, so she found a different guy. So sorry, Jack, but better luck next time. What's the matter? Never had her. Find another. Hide your daughters. Suck up your pride. Go with the ride. Sometimes you lose. She doesn't want you. What's the matter? Never had her. She's gonna be alright. She's stupid pretty, he's pretty stupid. Lonely losers, you in a toothpick. Lost in the dark, trying to turn on the lights. He just wants the one, she wants something to bite tonight. She took a skirt off, he didn't notice. He gave her a hug, she wanted a kiss. He missed the sign, so she found a different guy. So sorry, Jack, but better luck next time. She's stupid pretty, he's pretty stupid. Lonely losers, you in a toothpick. Lost in the dark, trying to turn on the lights. He just wants the one, she wants something to bite tonight. She took a skirt off, he didn't notice. He gave her a hug, she wanted a kiss. He missed the sign, so she found a different guy. So sorry, Jack, but better luck next time. snacks. Drop Ninja Brian off at his Brazilian wax. Drink some gas so we can play real fast. And then you better hold on to all of your ass. We're gonna crush this show, just a few more steps. Nothing says rock like meticulous prep. So get ready to be ready.
Prepare to begin preparations for our final sound check of the evening. So please file out of the auditorium while we reset the stage. Thank you.
For those about to rock, please hang tight while I find my socks. Gonna crack your skull like an aftershock. Just gotta call my broker and sell some stock. So get ready to be ready to get ready, 'cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna melt your face through time and space at an appropriate pace. Get ready to be ready to get ready. Now get ready to be ready to get ready. Now be ready to be ready to get ready.
I'm too fucking tired for this shit, man. Hi, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're having a better day than I am. Because, ooh boy, am I tired. I'm really sleepy today. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that is a good thing. Give me a second to spawn in here. Here I am. How's it going, guys? How we doing? Sorry for the hiccups during the DJ sesh. I kept hitting buttons. You know, like a cat walking over a keyboard. Except I was trying to type. Oh, boyest of boys. It's a Sydney stream. What a wonderful day to be a Sydney fan. Is that how you intended me to read that? How's it going, guys? How you guys doing today? Again, hopefully better than me. I'm fucking exhausted. Let me tell you. So allow me a moment to vent my struggles of the day. So we're doing summer cleaning at my job, and you know, we're supposed to be a team of 3 people. Right? We're supposed to have 3 people on the team. Nope. A bunch of people decided to not come into work. And by not come into work, I mean they went on vacation as everything is starting. So, yeah, we're down like a shit ton of people. So, that's fun. On top of that, we're doing priority right now, which means that the things that we're doing have to get done day that they're given out, and they're giving us way too much work because the people that are giving us the work think that we have enough people to do the work, but we don't. So here I am, working my little cat butt off, big fat cat butt off, getting shit done, and oh boy, did we get shit done. We did 3 priorities today. 3. That's a lot. I'm trying to be vague about it, but that's a fuck ton. It's a fuck ton. It's a lot of work for 2 people to be doing what's basically meant for 3 people. Especially when I have to kind of like go back over stuff, not because I missed anything, but just because like the nature of the shit that we do, we end up having to go back and go through it again. And then I get home. And I decide today's the day that I'm gonna take out the trash. And we live on the 2nd floor of my apartment building, so I had to go walk up and down the stairs a shit ton with a bunch of trash. That was fun. It was heavy. And then I had to sweep the kitchen. So you know what? You know what I did? Got myself a little treat. I got myself a sandwich. Got some fries. I got a little slush too. A little slush from Ben & Jerry's. It was really good. It's literally just like lemonade, sorbet, and like berry sorbet, with like Sprite mixed in. It was actually pretty good. It was actually really good. I think it's like my favorite thing to get from Ben & Jerry's now, even over ice cream, because I can't have ice cream. But I had my little treats, and I'm feeling okay. Still exhausted though, let me tell you. I'm also out of Monsters. Usually I drink a Monster either before, during, or, you know, somewhere in between stream. And as of current, I'm out of Monsters, so I can't do that. So I'm going through it right now. Let me tell you, I am certainly going through it. But today, you know, you guys saved me because you guys voted for what we were gonna do today. And it looks like regular drawing won out over Baldur's Gate 3, doing the animated comic idea, and a Minecraft challenge run. 3 people voted for that. I won't dox who voted for what. I'm looking at it now. I can see who voted for what. But yeah, the normal drawing won today, so that's what we're gonna do. So, to make that a little more interesting than just watching some, you know, fucking weird ass cat draw on the internet, I'm gonna go over and basically talk about my process while I draw. Something that I've done a little bit before, but today I'm actually gonna do it. We're gonna talk about not only, like, you know, oh, I'm drawing a character. I'm actually doing like a full illustration. So I'll be talking about the things that I want out of it, how I go about making those things happen, and all that extra junky junk that goes on in the back of my cat brain that I don't really think about too often because it's all second nature. Maybe for some, they'll find that part interesting. For others, they'll be like, shut up, we just want to listen to the music and stare at like Bunny Butt all day. And to both of those people, hell yeah. Trying to think if there's anything important I need to say before we go forward. I'm genuinely trying to think. Oh, hold on. This is gonna, yeah. I figured that was gonna change. Here, we'll swap back over to this. So, basically, tomorrow is gonna be a regular day, as far as I know. Nothing crazy going on. No other stuff. I'll probably be tired tomorrow as well. I think I'm going to be tired during a lot of streams over the course of the summer. But besides that, I don't really think we have too much in the way of things going on. I mean, with Ray Dow out, I've been keeping an eye out today for any like new build videos, but most of them are actually kind of bad. They're nothing compared to the torrent build that I'm doing right now. So it just seems to be like a fun challenge at this point. And I'll make sure to get like the full set of both female and male armor, but really, nothing super special for Monster Hunter, which is kind of sad. But you know, we'll give it time until Title Update 2, which will hopefully come out sooner rather than later. I know once we've done everything in Monster Hunter, I think we're going to start doing our Final Fantasy VII Rebirth streams again. I know how well those were performing back in the day when we first started doing those. But I hope people will tag in, especially now that the game's been out for a while, because this is a streamer pet peeve of mine. I'm going to let you guys in on a streamer pet peeve of mine. Ready for this? Here it is, right? I don't like it when people join my stream when I'm playing like a story-based game, they say hi, oh, I'm gonna leave because I don't want spoilers, and then they dip. I don't like that. I really just don't fuck with that. Now, here's the thing though. If I'm doing something else and I swap over to something that has spoilers in it, and then people go, oh, I don't want to see that because I don't want spoilers, then I go, okay, I get it. I understand. But it's specifically when people come to stream, say, oh, I see that you're streaming this. Hello. I won't be staying because I don't want spoilers for this game. And then they leave. And it's like, okay, thanks for sharing, I guess. And the reason that really bothers me, though, is that it's like 9 times out of 10, if I'm playing a game that has spoilers, quote unquote spoilers involved in it, it's a game that's been out for like a fuck ton of time. You know, I'm not gonna get upset if people don't want to want, like, if a game comes out like yesterday, right? And people don't want to see spoilers for that kind of content. I get that. I understand that. You know what I mean? But when it's like, hey, this game that came out 10 years ago and you had 10 years to play it, oh, you want to avoid spoilers for the game that came out 10 years ago and you haven't had the chance to play it yet? Got you. And then you got to come in here and tell me that you haven't played it by the fact that you don't want to watch spoilers? Got it. I don't know why that bugs me so much, but it does. It's one of my few pet peeves that I have as streamer. The other one is backseaters, but I know that's gonna happen regardless. Especially when I'm drawing or doing art, people like to share their ideas. When I'm like, you can do that. You don't have, like, I don't know why I have to do the thing that you want to do. You can go do the thing that you want to do. I'm gonna keep doing the thing that I want to do. If you don't fuck with that, okay. Sorry, when I get tired, I get bitchy. When I get bitchy, I get cranky. And you start getting, you know, like, fuck people. But, like, not fuck them, just, like, fuck people. I'd say screw people to make my point. Water. Let me out. I got murdered by water. This is. That's why cats lap their water. They don't like full sail drink it. Oh my god, that hurt. And then I just drank more to make myself feel better. Coughing baby, considered coughing baby hydrogen bombs. All right, what else are we talking about? What the fuck am I on about? So we've got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as like content that we can do at some point. I have a oh shit. I was playing with a cap and I dropped it because it was helping me think. I have a Final Fantasy 14 video in the works, and it's gonna get harder because as of today, like literally as of today, I have unsubbed from 14, and it is very likely that I will not resub until maybe a month or two before the next expansion even comes out. I have zero interest in playing 14 right now, and unless they fix something like within the next couple of patches that makes me want to log back in, I have no real like interest in the game. But I want to play it, so that's why I'm making a video on it. I want to bitch about it for a little bit. Okay. Trying to think what else to talk about. I don't know if it's already gone through or not. Oh, you know what? If it hasn't, it's probably about to, and that's okay. Because then we're about to. I'm gonna get paid tomorrow. Blah, 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 blah. Words are hard. Trying to think of like stuff to say. Yeah, today's just we're gonna be drawing in a little bit. I'm just kind of like killing time, just doing the just chatting thing that streamers do. I think it's, you know, it's good to do a little bit of crowd work. And let you guys know what's going on. Not only with me, but with the channel as well. Speaking of the channel, actually, if I go check right now, hold on. We have had a very, very steady increase of subscribers over the past couple of days. It's kind of cool. It's a little worrying, but it's kind of cool. Where is it? Here it is. So we are currently at 1,281 subscribers. Over the past maybe week, we've basically gotten over 108 new subscribers to the channel, which is, you know, pretty fucking substantial. You know, we're like 20 people away from cracking like 1,300, which is pretty nutty. The Arc Tempered Raydao video is actually doing pretty good right now. What else? And my best performing stream, unironically, is one that is not even like out, but, or rather not during stream, but after people seem to be watching it. Who disliked this? Damn, somebody doesn't like me playing Baldur's Gate, I guess. Every one of my streams that has Baldur's Gate mentioned in the title has a dislike. That's interesting. Where is it? It wasn't that long ago. I'm trying to find it. This is one of the animation ones. It's not the game design one. It's this one. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. 1,661 views on the stream from the 19th, which was right before Easter. That has a shit ton of views. That's kind of crazy. And also, that's the one that like ate shit and died like midway through, I think. So I think that was a Friday stream, but that's okay. Yeah, so our channel's doing pretty fucking good right now, basically, is what I'm saying. Is that we're having a nice steady influx of new viewers that are not coming from the Shadowversity video, fucking imagine. And my Monster Hunter video did pretty good. It's kind of stagnated out around like, it's like 20 views shy of 1,500, which is pretty good. It has 12 dislikes and 40 likes. It is quite literally my most disliked video. But also, I guess that's, I don't understand why. I mean, I guess the immediate Sydney explains why they used to hate Monster Hunter Wilds. And then it opens with me saying some really hateful shit about the game before actually playing it. That's okay. Damn, Vanguard Rewritten has a really high like ratio. It's got 37 likes to 256 views. That's actually really good for that video. Considering I'm not super jazzed with how it went, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm just looking through everything else. Our Crit Night videos don't ever really do super well. They're nice to put out, but I don't think I think I'm gonna do what I've been doing and just not really upload them. The streams can just stay alive, and it can just be at that moment until we get bigger and people actually want to pay attention. Maybe I can cut down like some good advice points into shorts. I've seen a few of those that I might do, but we'll see how that goes when we get there. But besides that, you know, channel in good standing. Videos in works in progress. Oh, actually, I have a new video idea that I'm probably gonna do before I do either the 14 video or even the tutorial. And it's like it's an anti-AI video that I want to do. And it's literally just like my way of saying, don't worry about AI. It's not that big of a deal. You're better than it, even if you suck. So I want to make that video. I think people will like it. Do like a monthly supercut of the Crit Nights, maybe. Actually, that's a good idea. If the videos wouldn't be upwards of like 4 hours long. Somehow I feel like people watching a 4-hour long critique video is somehow worse than watching like a 1 hour long one, maybe. You appreciate the State of the Union address? What? Huh? What? Did something happen? I know that Canada talked mad shit about America, which is like, good on fucking them, dude. Hell yeah. They know how to vote over there. Okay. Besides that, let me check other things really quick. I think we're good. I think we're done with our little housekeeping stuff. So I think we can move on. This thing I'm doing right now. Oh, just like talking to you guys. Okay. Gotcha. Dude, I might as well be high as shit right now because I am fucking gone. But don't worry, there's one thing that always brings me back to life. And that's art. Mostly. Sometimes it kills me. Sometimes it makes me want to die. That's okay. Because I'm still pretty hot, right? Somebody has to do the guts bit and say no. Be funny. Alright. Let's do a new song really quick. I don't know what I listen to. I guess we could do this. I like this song. Actually, before we do music with lyrics, because I do like Bo and My Time, I want music that does not have lyrics while we discuss what we're doing off the rip. Because I do want to go through and break down my ideas and junk. So let's do... what doesn't have lyrics? And isn't just like... scary. That's the hard part, is finding something that doesn't have lyrics and isn't scary that I listen to and like. Where is my music? Also, I took an allergy med earlier. It is not fucking helping, let me tell you. Holy shit, my nose, it wants to like explode off my face. Kind of sucks. Dude, I could activate people again. That'd be funny. Terry cats are pretty patable. My cat's like asleep. No, she's not. What the fuck? Okay, what are you doing? Is that a ladybug? What the fuck are you doing? Okay. I know you know your name. Yeah, I see your ear twitching. What are you doing? Alright, so like my cat is like staring at the wire of the AC unit that we have in here. And I mean like staring. Like her face is like as close as like somebody's face to a TV screen back when the NES was like a thing. Girl, you good? I don't know what she's doing over there. Anyways, I need like music. That's what we're looking for. What this one? No, this one has lyrics. Here, we can do this. Oh yeah. Alright, pen time. Move that over here. Move that over here. close all of that, open this. Let's get into our meat and potatoes of today's stream. Shall we? I think we shall. So I already have an illustration in mind. That's step one, right? Where are we? Tablet. Here we go. Ah. So I already have an illustration mostly in mind right now, right? But I'm gonna go over the talking points of my line of logic when I want what I want this to be, right? So, step one is that the last illustration we did, Elise was facing like behind, so we saw her butt, right? She had her butt out, right? I don't want that this time. I want her to be facing the front. I think we can all be cool with that, right? As much as we like her butt, we also like her front. So that's cool. So, face front. That's step one, is I want her to be facing front. So I already know the direction that I want of my pose. 2, what is she doing? Well, I kind of have this cool idea of, oh, what if she's using her shield? I've been a big fan cat of the Sword and Shield in Monster Hunter as of yesterday and a couple days ago, so I'm loving it. So I'm feeling a cool shield idea. Shield use. So I know I want her facing front, and I want her using her shield. And then I'm thinking, okay, let's have, her fight Potemkin. I think that's a good idea. Because I can't really think of a monster that really, fits. So I think Potemkin is a pretty cool idea. All right, fighting Potemkin. So we have facing front, shield. She'll be using her shield, and she'll be fighting Potemkin, right? So I need, also on top of all of this, I want her full body in shot. Right? So I want her full body in shot, because in the other one, while her full body was in shot, it wasn't it didn't really show off much of her. She was just kind of there doing stuff. So we have our 4 tenets, or whatever you want to call them, for basically what I want my pose to end up being. So let's start with this facing front idea. So if I need her facing front, I need her this way, obviously. If she's using her shield and she's fighting Potemkin, I'm gonna imagine that he's swinging down at her. So actually, if anything, I'm probably gonna move her head down here, like that, and then I'm gonna kind of try to show as much of her torso as possible, and then also of her hips. We're just structuring out a pose right now. And then I need this pose to be really structured. So, because she's presumably using her shield. Also, actually, I realized kind of have to flip this, because her shield gets used on her right arm. So I need this arm to be where the shield is. So this arm back here can kind of just be doing whatever. We don't really need to worry about this arm for right now. We do have to worry about this arm here, but first we're going to get her standing pose correct. And so that's going to be a very structured stance, because what ends up happening, right, is that your head is your center of balance. So you want the head to be basically in between where the 2 balance points are. Equal distance balance points. So I'm gonna have her kind of being pressed down after a big heave attack, right? So a big overhead. So she's gonna be 1 like on her knee here, and then have one leg back here. But all of her weight is going on her knee, and all of her weight is going on this knee. So this and this are the half and half of where the head's like main position is, because that's how balance works. It's the difference between seeing something like, you know, this looks really rigid, right? Really rigid, versus like the head is like leaning over here. That now feels like really lopsided. Even though I'm not trying to draw it lopsided, it feels like they want to move this way. Right? Balance is really important to understanding poses as well. Balance and weight. Balance and weight are very important. But we have these 2 points of contact. Hey, Jotaro. And she's taking this pressure. So now what I want is I want to draw her shield. So I want it somewhere in this kind of area here, right? Hell, if anything, this giant little example circle that I just did is actually a really good denoter of the kind of position that I want her arm to be in. So I definitely want her arm here and arm here, because it arcs like that, and then it can come back in like that to her shoulder. Just like that, right? Now, if anything, we can probably lift this up a little bit. Just to kind of give her face more I don't want to say freedom, but more air to breathe, I guess. I still want her to have like a really low face, because what I'm gonna have her do is, I'm already planning expression junk, is I'm actually gonna have her looking up. And like through, you know, everything. Oof. Just like that, right? I already know the position I want of her face. I already know up here where her arm is going to be. We can kind of wrap this shield around it a little bit. And then her other arm, I kind of want it to be back here a little bit. Just like that. So then her sword can be there. Right? I feel like that's pretty healthy of a pose for her. Her hairline would be like right here though. And then her ears would start like about there. Oh, give me a second. Yeah. Okay. So now that we've got like twin bun Elise pose over here, we're actually going to shrink her down a little bit. But I do want her to still maintain like an amount of presence in the shot. I think I want her more like over here, right? So now I definitely know that I want Potemkin's weapon like right here. Right, so this is where I want that to be. I'm gonna actually draw out the, not necessarily the pole, but the giant axe handle that he has, right? Just like that. And then we're gonna draw the rest of the axe blade here. So now this can clip into this. And I kind of want him, his face like right here. I want him looking down at her, but enough that we still see his face and can understand like where his body is, right? And I'm just kind of structuring out his body a little bit here and there. Another second. Okay. I am just that exhausted that I need like a mental second to breathe. So if anything, actually, looking at this, I either really want him moved over or I want this sword moved over. And I'm feeling like that the former is what I want. So I'm going to do my best to grab the sword here, or the axe rather. Nothing perfect ever happens all at once. Okay. And once again, I'm working with very simple shapes to get my ideas across, but I don't know, I'm not really fucking with this right now. I feel like I need it to be... Here's a better idea. We'll put her over here. With this. You can actually take this time to show that she's not infallible. Take a really structured pose. Hold on another second. I gotta think for a sec. Okay. I had to think for a sec. Need her like a little more closed in on herself a little bit here. Just like that, right? I'm actually gonna take this leg and we're gonna move this like over here. Just like that, right? I don't want her lowered down like here. Like touching the actual like ground of the shot. Here we go. It's basically the same shot. I'm just like pushing a lot more oomph over the characters here. Oh, but I'm good to like really be leaning in for this. Well, actually, if anything, if I want to make him even more intimidating, I'll just throw an arm up here and around like that. Move her more here. And then I'm just gonna take her shield. I'm actually gonna rotate it a little bit. Like so. Now, audience participation part of the stream. If I add these two, what does this make you feel? Might have to accentuate a little bit more. Which is actually too big. No wrong answers. Say your piece. She's like down there. This arm can sit more forward. This needs to be where his legs part. Little wall of muscle bearing down on them. That's good. That's a good read. Probably wondering how I got into this mess. That's also a good read. Now here's the added question. Why does it make you feel that? So much of the goddamn frame, you would imagine. Okay, good read, good read. What else? Quite a bit of fun body language going on. Good. Glad you think so. I think I'd rather have this arm actually go down here like this. Like this. So, bear with me a second. Okay. Oh. Kind of waiting for my second wind to punch me in the face. Ooh. Gotta kind of fix up his body a little bit too. It is a little not proportioned. It's making you think of when the commercial break is in the middle of a fight. You want to see what happens so I get out of this. That's actually a really good read, Vorks, and I fuck with that. I fuck with that a lot. Okay, this is okay. I think we can swap off music now. AKA, I can swap to like music like this. Actually, let's get that harp going. Alright, so let's take our very roughed out posing sketch that once again, if you look at what I've done, we'll go over here and I'll do it in red on a lighter color. All I've done is I've taken the oh, okay, it wasn't red. I've taken the base shape of what their weapon's supposed to be, what Potemkin's weapon is meant to be. I've generated an arm that connects his body on both sides, by the way. Right? This is the one that we see, this is the one that we don't see. And then a triangle stance for Al. Same thing. I structured out all their meaty bits in their form. Connected this to hips. That. Legs are like over here or whatever. Thank you, Borkson. This is all we're working with right now. And if you want to even boil it down even simpler, turns into that. Which, if we break this down even further, is just she has way bigger hips than that compared to her head. Or like that, yeah. It's just this. This becomes this. Which then becomes this. Which then becomes this. The more you add to it. Hey, Spirit. How's it going? See, but here's the thing, though, right? Is if we go all the way back to this, if you know how to draw all this consistently, you can then move it around into this. And if you get really good at seeing this ahead of time, you can skip over this part and go straight to this. And then if you can see this part really good in your mind, you can skip this part and go straight to this. I'm okay. I have bad allergies right now. I'm kind of struggling. I'm also really tired. And I have to use big brain to explain what I'm doing. So again, you can go from these little stick lines all the way to this. Pretty easily. Once you start understanding how all of the forms come together to make this happen. Then you do the same thing that you're doing here. Is you just start adding shit. You just start adding detail. So for instance, I have to actually go pull up my reference sheets. Let's move that over. Here we go. Oh, okay. So we've got our boy Potemkin right here. So we can see what he looks like compared to what we're going to be drawing here. So let's give him his helmet. Go. I know he's got these little triangle things on the side of his face, like that. He's got these really big shoulder pads that go over shoulder and up like that. And they have another section that go down like this. This part's colored in. Top part is not. This one's fluted though. That. This part is also colored in. And then we can actually presume over here on this side, it's the same system. This side is colored in. And then we have his actual arm, and then we have this bit that comes out underneath it. That looks like that. His arms are just like bare and muscular for the most part. So we'll add that, you know, muscularity to it. And then he's got a big circle cone like this. Goes down into a rather large plate that covers the rest of his hand. So we just do it like that. And then we can arc his back here. And we gotta find his midsection, which is about here, to give him his dual belt. That little look that he has there. Right? And then we just wrap that fully around his body from one end to the other. And then we can add in his breastplate that kind of has like a little bit of a lip up here to show underneath. See this? We don't really get to see too much of the middle section of his pants, so we don't really have to worry too much about doing anything nutso with the tabard. But we can throw up his cloak thing, his little whatever you call this, the folds of his outfit, like that. We can also add a little bit of a ring back here for his, you know, Under Armour, which is going to be a different color than this, so it will look different. And then we're gonna do a little bit of detailing so that we can get his gauntlet right. Just like that. Did I flute that? I did. Okay. And I fluted it 3 times just like I did the gauntlet. Good. And now we'll, you know, add this little bar that connects the two. All the way up, all the way up. So even his weapon is like breaking the screen. We'll also give the weapon a little bit of a bow, like this. So instead of it being straight, it's doing this, which gives it a little more force behind the actual motion of it. Yes, technically it is this, but this gives it like way more motion. It looks like a bow and arrow. So because it's bending, it has way more weight behind it. Like that, right? And then same thing over here with this hand. You can kind of structure out that his thumb is going up over here. His hand, his like fingers are kind of like over this a bit. He's like pushing it down. And we'll wrap that glove his little plate glove thing over his hand like that. And then we can do big over arc like that. 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 1, 2, 3. And then we can take this line here where the blade and shield kind of connect and just kind of carve that out the rest of the way for where that needs to go. And I am, in fact, making this way smaller, specifically to fit with this screen. There is a piece of me that wants to extend it out a little bit, but I don't know how much of Elise I can get into the shot that makes her not too small. Oh, my nose. So we will be doing basically just this. That. And if I move him back a little bit, which I can still do, just move him back and move him up. And then we can grab her, move her down and move her out to about here-ish. So basically where she was before. We'll go here, grab this line, move it all the way out to here, right? And we can still connect through there. Actually, that is the wrong way to connect that. It connects like that. This is the importance of references, by the way. This can go like that. This can get like kind of... I'm gonna shrink how much hand space there is between the blade. But not too much. There we go. I still want this to feel, you know, very close. Like the dominating weight of Potemkin is like actually pressure. It's like, you know, proper pressure. There we go. Just like that. Huh? Oh! Yeah? Yeah, Kisef? Yeah? Hold on, I got an ego on you guys really quick. Yeah, Kisef? Yeah? Since the auto's weapon swapping for skills was very buggy and hard to work with, I scrapped it in favor, I made it so that you can assign a loadout slot to the swap, effectively giving you another 6 slots to work with. I chose to do this because the upcoming subclasses, there will be more skills, and I would like to expand the variety in the gameplay for it. Really, Kisef? Hey, that thing that you told me that you won't be adding, and I don't mean that they said they won't be adding, I mean literally told me that they will not be adding it. Because I asked in the Q&A forum, hey, wouldn't it be cool if when you swapped weapons, if it would change the abilities that you would have on your bar? And they said, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Sure. Uh-huh. I know game design. I just can't code. I get it. My idea since day fucking 1 just got added. I feel a little fucking good right now. Just saying. Just fucking saying. I'm probably not the first person to have that idea, nor am I the last person to have had that idea, but at the same time, like, I straight up said, I wonder if I can find it. Is it QA form? Or is it somewhere else? Patreon build feedback. I think I posted it here. Older posts. First color pattern. PSO, tree cult, zone chat. One hit, weak bow skills. Hotbars per weapon. I don't know if this has been brought up before. Sorry if it has. But is it possible for the hotbar to have different abilities for each equipped weapon? This is me, by the way. I feel like the game has a lot of skill bloat between general class and now subclass abilities. I feel like when you swap your weapon, having a separate hotbar would be helpful. Could also interact with the weapon swap with skill use mechanic, because you would have to consider what skill you'd want to swap with instead of just pressing Q. I don't know, thing me and my little gaggle of Atlas players have been thinking about. You guys are my little Atlas players. And then Mar said, already been said no, choosing your skills to put on your hotbar is a meaningful choice Dev wants you to make. Think Guild Wars or PSO. And I said, big sag, but understandable. And then Kissef themselves, this is what I'm saying, already made a loadout selection system for when you're in a safe zone. I'm still keeping the limitation of 6 slots. So they straight up told me they're not doing that. And then what do we get? What do we get? For now, with balancing, cooldowns are shared on these slots. So if you cast this skill that has a 1-minute cooldown, that slot will stay with that cooldown length even if you switch. That's actually really smart. Thanks, Kissef, for my commission. Thank you. Love that, Kissef. Being a hateful little fuck right now. Ugh. Sorry, I just I saw somebody at me and I was like, I gotta look at that. And then it turns out, oh hey, that idea that I had, they added it. Alright, we're also gonna kind of give this a little bow as well to kind of be pushing against the bow of the other weapon, but also to make it kind of look like it's getting cut into. So I'm gonna kind of ring it out like that. So the shield itself is going around here, and then there's like a little bit of a lip. Can't really show how subtle that is right now because we're working with a really thick brush, but this is gonna have like a little bit of a chunked in lip, right? And then we can start adding in her head. We already have the feet, like the base of where her head and her eyes are gonna be. So we can just add in the chin where it goes. This is why I always do this little crosshair. Is that regardless of where I put it, it informs me of where the head is like pointing. Where the skull, like if you grab your head, right? If you grab the top of your head, you can feel the roundness of your skull and where your fucking like spinal cord is, right? You can feel that if you grab it. But your jaw is connected to that bit. It will never move. But your skull will move. Right? It's like when you link stuff in like PNG Tuber or something. I know that might not be the best example. But it's like joints. That might be better for it. So think of like your leg, right? If you take a leg, right? So we have your thigh, we have your calf, and we'll even add in like hip. And then you have your foot, and then you have your toes, right? If you move your thigh, your calf, foot, and toes move with it. Regardless of what you're doing with your thigh, all of these pieces have to move with the thigh, right? But if you only move your calf, only your foot and toes move, your thigh doesn't necessarily have to move. Your muscles in your thigh will move, sure, but your thigh doesn't need to like move anywhere crazy. If you want to roll your foot, you don't really need to be moving your calf or your thigh that much. Same thing with your toes. If you want to wiggle your toes, you don't really have to move your anything else, just your toes. That's the same thing here with the head, right? I can move the skull of my head to any position that I want, right? And then I can just kind of infer where the jawline is going to end up because of it. If this line is down, this is going to be kind of squunched up. If this line is over here, it means that it's going this way, so I have to do the side of the face. Same thing here, side of the face. The lower this line is, the center line where your eyes are, the lower that is in general, if you're posing rather than just designing, the more scrunched the face is going to end up being. Right? Because it's foreshortening. That's all that is just taking what is a normal shape and then scrunching it on down. Get rid of all this. We can even get rid of the leg up here. So that's why I usually only do a circle and a head. Is because I already know where the jaw is going to be added later down the line. Same with the eyes. The eyes kind of go on this line or kind of where you feel. I usually do a feeling thing if the line isn't giving me what I want. But in this case, I feel like the line is giving me actually what I want, which is nice. And then the nose is usually going to be connected to where the circle ends. So this little spot here is always going to be on this line, on this straight line, on this circle line. So if we move over here, right, and I draw like a head, and we go boop, 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 this is where the nose is going to be. If we go boop, 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 this is where the nose is going to be. See how that's already proportional to like where the rest of the face is going to be? Because it goes smack dab in the face. Smack dab in the center. Right? This works with, you know, not even just drawing bunny noses. If we take a really strong jaw, right? And we give them a really thick nose, this is where the nose starts. This is just the bridge of the nose. That just goes up to the brow. That's all that is. Right? This little line here is like your best friend. And then even if you're facing straight down. So if you move your line down here, well, you know that the nose is going to have to be down here and your eyes are going to be here. Like that. Your nose is now on this line. If that makes sense. Which it should. Now I want her to have like a nonchalant kind of mouth, but I want her eyes to be like speaking not of, you know, like fear or even determination, just like pure malice. Like she is going to kill this guy. Now, I don't know about you guys, but for me, what speaks like pure malice is an open eye that is like pure focus and just like the slightest tinge of like a brow wrinkle. This, to me, is how like just pure rage is communicated. Oh, if we can even go further, I'll add more to the nose. Just like that. That little like wide eye kind of thing. This communicates like fucking straight rage. There's a reason for it that I won't go into, but so for her to be like looking at him with really thin eyes or really focused eyes while, you know, blocking this giant hulk of an attack says something. IMO. I actually kind of need this eye to not be touching the eyelid. I kind of need both of these to be like wrapped around like that. I can adjust as needed. They are a little... This eye over here keeps getting longer and longer, so we can go back in and adjust that a little bit. Because this should be more shaped like this, because she is at a slight angle. Like that. Yeah, that's more accurate. And then kind of cup down on that. And then some like tension in the nose that we can add later. And then we're gonna take her ear, and her ear is gonna be like all the way back over here. Now, I am still struggling to figure out where I want her sword to be positioned, but I'm genuinely thinking like right here. Like that. And then just kind of like cup that around like this. Maybe. No, I think she needs it facing this way. So like that. I mean, to be fair, she's not an idiot. She knows how to fight, so I would imagine she would prep her sword appropriately. Even though that is too long. Her sword is about like yay length. So now I'm going to take a second and we're going to do another, interaction bit. What does this now make you think? What is your now takeaway from looking at this? Well, I really quickly just like adjust her arm a little bit. Down here and her that. You know, no effects, no, you know, fancy colors. You know, I haven't even like finished her full design yet. We're just sitting here. What does this now make you think? What is going through your heads when you see this? She was there to protect, but with the face, it looks more like she's here to end this. Okay. Very good. That's a very good read, Vorkson. You make me proud. Anyone else? Feel free to tag in whenever. If it wasn't for the small mouth, that might read a surprise to you. Okay. Also very good of a read, Jovial. Very, very good. Speak now or forever hold your peace, because I'm about to explain shit. I'll give it another second. I'm not giving it a second because I'm waiting for a specific answer. I'm just waiting for a second to see if anybody else is typing up a response. I wait to see if anybody else has a read on this. Shall see. Give it one more minute. I feel like, without even knowing the characters and who they are to each other, that the look on her face shows that there's some bad history between them. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Mine. So here's the thing, right? How a character's expression is, obviously, this is a very obvious thing to say. Did something and the bunny girl is not thinking. Okay, interesting take. Not wrong. Very interesting. How your character's like expression is obviously going to change the feeling of whatever is going on, and knowing how to make an actual expression that fits what you want is really important, because of course it is. But one of the most important things that you can learn how to emote is 3 things, literally 3 things are all you need to emote really good. And they're kind of like everything that is with your face. You can emote with your eyes, you can emote with your mouth, and you can emote especially with your eyebrows. These 3 things create an emote. Let's keep in line with this, right? This little like happy face. These are nothing than a series of curved lines. You can draw this. This is not hard. None of this is hard. It is just relationships. That's all this is. So let's make a sad face, shall we? Sad face. Is nose emoting a thing? Kind of, but it's not as important as eyebrows, eyes, and mouth. Your nose does one thing, technically 2, it scrunches. So if you take a nose, right? So here's like a nose and a mouth and an eye. If you give it scrunches and like a worried look, it's like, oh, that smells bad. If you give it scrunches and angry, it's like, oh, now I'm really angry and my face is, right? Even this really neutral mouth that you can see here, if I get rid of these scrunches and I just change like the eyebrows again, this is still a really neutral expression. This doesn't really change that much, right? But if you add a little scrunches, changes. But it's, again, this isn't as important as eyebrows, eyes, and mouth. If you take, you know, eyebrows, eyes, and mouth, and then you want to make an angry face, like that. If you want to make a confused face, it's more concerned, but still kind of confused. See? Knowing how to do really simple emotes, just like these, helps out when you swap over to do something like this. Because even without my nose scrunches that I gave her, that I might not even give her, you get out of it. If I take away this, like, let's take this face, right? Let's take her face as it is, right? Let me get rid of this a little bit. So we know that we want like this little small mouth, this little like contemplating little, you know, focused pursed lip kind of thing. But what if I did this? Now it's a totally different scene all of a sudden. This little tiny change in one itty bitty part changes everything about the dynamic of this scene. If we do this, like we do that earlier mouth thing where she's like gritting her teeth, now that changes again. Whole scene changes because of a tiny little swap in design. Just a little bit of boot. This is also why, during my critiques, I try to understand the intention behind an artist's work. Because it is, and it should be known, that is entirely on purpose that her mouth is doing this. It's not smiling, it's not gritting her teeth, it's not, you know, upset. Her eyebrows are in a specific location. Everything about what we've done here, everything is important to the final product. Everything. Even before we get to the point of adding cool special effects or color or anything else, this is the foundation of what we are creating. And this is all a giant roundabout way for me to say fuck AI art because it lacks this moment. It doesn't fucking do this. I have never seen AI art be able to do a proper fight scene with any amount of communication towards what the artist actually wants. Why do you think if you look at AI art, right? I know I'm like sidetracking with this. If you look at AI art, right? Every single face is like identical. They're all the fucking same. Oh shit. Took a screenshot on my phone because I was grabbing it. This part, this moment, sketching is important. Understand it, learn it, love it, keep doing it, and stick with it because it is so vital to understanding and creating something that's like not just an image. It's a story. Already, because you guys I'm like pushing you to think about it. You guys are putting together a narrative in your head. And also, on top of that, you guys are putting together the story in your heads that I want you to. It is doing exactly as intended. Killajoule, unironically, fucking called it. Vorkson, on top of that, fucking called it. I bet most people with the brain can probably call it. There's no effects. Again, there's no flashiness. There's no, prettiness. There's no big butts even on screen yet. We haven't even gotten to that part. It's just a bunch of sketchy lines and a bunch of junk. And you know what? Once again, we go back over here to these little expressions that I did. Just a series of curved lines in a straight line. That's all it is. And you get an entirely different face every time. If you can draw a straight line and a curved line, you can draw. It is not hard. If you can understand the relationships between each of these curved lines and straight lines, congrats. You can draw. I'm gonna fill in his little holes here. I kind of want to be able to do this effect when I actually color this in, because I like the swirliness of these like holes. That gives them more depth, I feel, which I feel like is kind of cool. All right, but we are gonna go in and we're gonna add the ta-tas, because of course we are. Give her her little plate top like that. Not even really in a position to give her her belt per usual. We can put her plate over her knee, kind of like that. Don't have to worry about it too much because it's mostly off screen, which is nice. Wrap that there and wrap that there. You think people get overwhelmed and forget basic stuff? I think people don't understand basic stuff. Also, hi, Shadow Star as well. Hi. Because, again, I notice it a lot during critique nights when we usually do them, is people skip this part. They don't do this part. They go straight to drawing something because they think they understand the relationships behind what they're drawing, but they don't. And then it ends up lacking in the direction that they wanted it to go. Which is usually where I start getting frustrated with people, is it's like, no, you understand the relationships and can draw good. You're just not taking time to like map out what it is you're actually making. Why are you skipping the sketch phase? If you're going to do an illustration or you're going to draw something, do the sketch phase. I don't think I've ever drawn something on this channel where I have not sketched it out before. There are times where I don't even finish a full drawing. I just do sketches. Sketching is so vital. So important. Because this is also letting me know when things aren't working out the way that I want them to. Like this sword, I don't really fuck with the sword right now. I don't fuck with the shoulder position at all. I haven't spent a shit ton of time working on it, so I feel comfortable just getting rid of it. I'm gonna actually lower her shoulder, I think. Like down here. No, it needs to be up, but maybe like here? I mean, it could be a little off screen. Is it really going to affect that much? I don't think so. This needs to be sideways. Just go like that. We can still follow that same like pattern that I had. Just needs to be going like this way. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. I actually have to drop this part of her chest a little bit more. Kind of widen it too. Because then we go over here, we go over here, we get that connective line, and then this bit goes around back there, but then this can go up like that. That needs to wrap around her back, and then that comes around like that, and this goes around like that, and this goes around like that. This needs to be tucked in more, actually. So like here, goes there. That's about where the center of her mass actually is. And we can wrap this around like that, and then we can drop her little butt cheek down. That's just anatomy at that point. And we wrap that around, and then we can color this in to kind of give us that feeling. Color all this in. Wrap that around. I'm gonna actually go back in and erase along this little line here. Ooh. There we go. Just so I know where it is. There's a big chunky belt. She's gonna get, you know. I think the belt buckle actually needs to move over a little bit more. So like over here. So I can wrap like that and then go up and over that. Yeah, just like that. And then her arm should disappear into it. Like that. Give her her 2 little spikes for her fur. Drop that all the way down. Just color all that in pretty much. Can even just go that far back. There. Just to give it like a little more skin. I haven't even added her hair yet. That's a fucking first. And of course, this is an active, you know, scary fight, so we're gonna kind of blow her hair around in the wind a little bit. I'm gonna put her fist here in the front of her face a little bit. There. Tuck in her body here a little bit more, so she can fit there. Just like that. Here we go. Give me 1 second to turn on my AC. It's fucking hot in here. And I cannot draw when it is hot. Those little 2 points, hit that. Her little collar. Then actually I can go back in. We're gonna go in with a 10. And erase this line around her head there. And I want to kind of, once again, go back over this a little bit. Make this line like way more subtle. You get angry easier and grumpy when you get hot. Yeah. I just get uncomfy. I'm gonna actually link this off to hello, Lucky Sheba. And no, this is actually a Bardiche. So a big hand axe. Big hand axe. Big axe pole arm thingy. Okay, I can't make that work. Colors, because it's gonna conflict. Just gonna go in and we're gonna do that. That. Tuck that up and around. Here we go. Shrimple. And actually we can add in her tail as well. Just like that. So now, we hide the big sketch layer underneath. This is what we're left with. That looks like a dongle, so I'm gonna actually draw that and fix it. That is not meant to be a dongle. Let me tell you. might not actually help. Maybe it needs to just like go that way. I see my problem. It just looks like a wiener.
Machine, turn back now.
But he's not wiener.
This palace are not for your kind. Turn back, or you will be crossing the will of God.
Yeah, we could just throw it like that. Actually running into a lot more problems with the belt than I was when she just like had her nads out. There we go. So we've got big scary Potemkin. We got little, very pissed off Elise. Is a good day. Also add her little dots. Hey, Bravis. Just like that. And we can even go up here and we can modify this little sketch up here just to show that his hand is over the bar. Just like that. So, considering what we set out with when we started drawing, which were our notes here, which was facing front, shield use, fighting Potemkin, and full body in shot, I say we did a pretty good job. Gonna make an executive decision really quick.
Your choice is made. As the righteous hand of the Father, I shall rend you apart, and you will become inanimate once more.
Metal. Metal. Executive decision being made right now. That's her tail. And the back loop of her belt. That's right, that's right, that's right.
What? How can this be? Bested by this thing? You insignificant fuck! This is not over! May your woes be many and your days few.
Act 1 and 2. Okay. Now we're good. We'll just swap back over to this. Just going back to the full classics, TBH. So, there you go. There's our very simple sketch. Presumably we can put his foot over here or something. He's got like kind of small feet, so it have to be like that. Now, with this in mind, we are actually going to go over this with some effects for fun. I'm going to do a big, like, impact circle around the shield like this. As best as I can get. It's kind of hard to do it with, like, a thick brush like this. Get like that, right? Little sparkles where sparkles can go. Like that. Then we're gonna actually go back to making this really small, like size 8, or was before. Add some extra effects here at the actual like base of impact with the shield. Like that. Same thing here with these little like wing things on the Bardiche. I can actually fawn those out a little bit to give it more like oomph. I can give him some smears on his arm and on his armor. Like that. Wherever you can kind of add some like smears is always good. And then a lot of force coming out of the actual blade itself. I think is always nice. So just some wild lines out here. Not really speed lines so much as just like pressure, I guess. Back here, I don't really know what I want for a background. I do want to like mostly play into this. As like she is so just stopping him in his tracks that she's completely still while he's like moving, so he'll have all the speed lines behind him. And then everything else around her, except for this, she will be entirely still. What if I gave her like a scarf? I wonder if that would look good if I gave her like a little scarf. We'll play with that another time. There's not really much space for it presently. But yeah, so effects, no effects. Effects, no effects. Effects, no effects. See the difference? But at its core, we still have these very strong poses. Effects, no effects. Effects, no effects. Now the sucky thing is that I kind of gave myself a little bit more extra work because I added the effects. Alright. It is now time to start line arting. What I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to do Potemkin's line art with all the smears included, and then have to draw around Elise's. Which shouldn't be too hard. But let's get into it. Let's start with Potemkin's helmet. I think it's probably the best place to start. Potemkin's actually very nice because he has a lot of straight lines. He's got this kind of like raised portion of his helmet. And he's got like a square backing to it. And then this little like neck cover. And we can just start adding in his scarf he wears. Not where I got the idea for Elise to have a scarf, but I wanted something that did the same thing that the belt did without being as obnoxious to draw as the belt. The belt kind of got annoying to draw. What is this? Oh. There. That's a lot of time to spend on just his neck, but can nail it. And for me, if I go detailed with Potemkin, I like adding in, like, the sides of the metal. So this is, like, the inner ring of the helmet. I always thought it looked really cool. Gives his helmet a little more three-dimensionality. There we go. Again, this shoulder pad is fluted, so I'm adding those little grooves. He's got that big muscular arm. He's definitely got a lot of like very big sweeping shapes. Now what I also have to do is I have to go back in and re-add where these smears are happening. Here. And get it like as accurate as possible. The better it is for me in the long run. Just like that. Even up here on this piece of armor here, he's got 2 smears. He's got 1, 2, big one like that, and then he's even got one up on the shoulder piece here. I'll give him 2 just for fun. 1, 2. Have it go off screen so it looks more convincing. Okay, Signalis music, I guess. Same thing back here with his back. This is his belt, actually. Realizing. I think I have it set that like most of these smears are kind of normal, except for here. These ones are actual smears. Same thing here with most of it is happening with the weapon. And I guess his finger up here, which we can actually get started on a little. Which I think is kind of cool that his lead finger gets its own smear frame. Not smear frame, but just like smear. Okay, me trying not to give him like the most sausages of fingers imaginable, I guess. This back a little bit. There. This one's actually gonna get a little crazy because of how I bowed it. Bowed it. It's a very subtle bow, but all the same, it's still a bow. Say it with me now. Bow. It's a fun word to say. Bow. At least I think so. That actually looks perfect. Holy shit. Oh, we nailed that. Damn. Look at that. Odie. Crazy, 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 crazy. We just gotta get that nice little subtle chomp into the shield. And very, very subtle. That is the whole reason why we're here. For that little chomp. Just like that. Actually erase to here, there. Keep that going down. Past it. Now I'm gonna say something. It's a little hateful, maybe. Well, hold on. Before I say anything hateful, I want to double check something. Hateful and spite-filled. Bear with me a second. Okay, one. All right, never mind. No spiteful speeches today. I have been proven wrong. I am not one to try to make a point when it is very clear that I am wrong and stupid and dumb. I will accept my failure most of the time. Yeah, my fucking nose, dude. These allergies are gonna be the death of me, I swear. They usually get better around, like, actual summertime. But, like, they're still pretty nasty, like, during spring. And I feel bad that I keep, like, snarfing my fucking nose into the microphone. A little cat snarfs. Like that. And like that. And that. I feel like that one bit that they did for Box Trolls where they're like, what if we're actually, like, you know, being moved by invisible people? And then he does like a little dance. He's like, see that? That would have taken them a whole day. Just to do that bit. And that bit. And that bit. Because it's pretty accurate, if I'm being honest. Snarf. Also, I swear, I don't know when, but my mom had to have watched Animaniacs and, like, had it be a formative experience for her. But she's not a 90s kid. And the reason I say that is because she does the fucking Pinky Narf thing. Like as a tism thing. But my mom doesn't have tism, maybe. Maybe she does. I don't know. Yeah, that's where I got it. Maybe I caught it. Maybe I caught the tism from my mother. It's Hereditary. Which is actually a really good movie. Maybe it's Maybelline. But she does the Narf thing. She says Narf. She just kind of like does randomly. And I'm like, that's an Animaniacs bit as far as I know. So that's where you had to have gotten that from. When did you watch that? And why wasn't I made aware of this? She did in fact not watch it with me, let me tell you. Because it was not airing when I was born, as far as I know. We were thinking of Thundercats. Is that a thing in Thundercats too? Oh, isn't Snarf... Snarf is a Thundercats character, aren't they? Trying to figure out how his leg works. foot down. He's going mad at it. Oh, even the lines in the glove actually can go the same way as the action lines, which is kind of cool. I always like doing that. I like making like diegetic features of designs become like part of the like motion, the movement. I think that shit's kind of cool. Mm. Also, before we get into color, I will be doing a small little demonstration of breaking down the posing and why it works the way it works, so that other people know what it is I'm talking about. Because I think I did a really good job posing this, and I want to talk about it. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Nailed it. First try. Alright, so obviously we have to go back in and do some more smears. For both the blade and pretty much everything else, I think. Most of it is localized entirely here. It's kind of good. But then again, you have moments like over here. I should throw one in. Just at least a cut there. Just like that. Alright. Swoop, 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 swoop. There we go. Cut all that down. That. Get that back a little bit. Give it oof. Shoot, 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 shoot. Just like that. Same thing. Oop-a-doop-a-doop. Here, same thing, but we're going for the blade this time. So we're just gonna go out, back down. All together, creating this nice, big kind of push effect on everything. I don't want to do too many lines just yet for any effects, because then it gets kind of fucky-wucky, but right now I think we're good. So now we get to draw her. I'm going to kind of hone in on this expression. I feel like it's important. Gotta get those eyes. I'm actually gonna push her eyebrows even further in. Kind of give them more detail. Kind of wrinkle up her nose a little bit. I'm gonna try and make sure that this hair doesn't really fuck with too much of the actual emote, which it doesn't, which is good. We're gonna taper off this way because, you know, all that wind pressure is knocking around her hair a little bit. I'm gonna give her a little cheek fluff. Just a little bit. Not gonna do the side of her face. Kind of fucks with her. I will do a little bit of cheek and then her fluff. Over here, same thing, but I'm actually gonna kind of up how much of cheek we actually see to show that the fluff is a little bit further back in her jaw. Then we're gonna do her collar. Very lightly. Just kind of barely exist. For obvious reasons. She's really leaning down here. I'm gonna actually shut off the effects because I need to kind of see what I'm doing. Just go like blah blah. Great. Just kind of running down stuff, just kind of doing things as they pop up. There's nothing super duper takes priority. Kind of add her shoulder here, but we're not really going to see too much of it. It's just kind of there for nicety than like pleasantries rather than anything else. Oh my fucking nose, dude. Somebody rip this thing off my face, please, I beg. Common gender dysphoria moment. This time it's just fucking allergies. You know what? I am curious though. How a tabard would actually look right about now. I does is want to know. Because I did really like the tabard look. I know it wasn't Puck's favorite, but truth be told, I understood why. If I fold this out further, like that, and have that come back like that, does that work better? don't know. I feel like it kind of loses. Maybe I just need to shade it. Maybe that'll help kind of tell where it's at. Because right now, yeah, it's a little jank all over the place. Yeah, but I fucked with it. I liked it. How did I do it? I had the lineup saved somewhere. In file location. Where did I save it? Here it is. Okay, I see what I did. Yeah, I just fuck with that more. If I'm being honest. Like, I like the belt, but it just, I don't know. It doesn't work the same way. At least with this pose, anyways. That might be all I'm feeling right now. Oh, shit. I didn't realize how much more detail I did. Well, too late. Keep going with it. If anything, it'll add a nice contrast because hers is blue and he wears red, so it works. Well, there it is. Here, we can go back in and we can add the lines to where they need to be. So, like these on the right layer, the right pen. Those, these. 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 Here we go. So let's grab Potemkin's colors. Alright, so this is his medal. Actually, wait, I remember what I was going to do before I talked about that. Alright, let's talk about posing, shall we? And structure of a scene as well. Now that it's cleaned up, you know, and you can kind of see a lot, what are you noticing about certain things that I've done? I'm curious. Also, I'm realizing I have to go back in and fix a few things. You guys answer that question while I fix those two things. Answer now on your phones. Trying to get this right while being all the way over here. Just gonna get rid of that in general. What do you notice about the structure of this scene? I will wait. This is the audience participation portion of the stream. Share your thoughts and feelings. Gongcha's having a sale, I guess. Still get those ever since I went there for the Final Fantasy collab. Which I think I threw out the... No, I didn't. I kept it. That's based above Elise. A-L-Y-C-S. C-S? C-E. A-L-Y-C-E. Elise. It's Alice with a Y. I was not subtle. But poor nose. It's a bit of dead space. Good. Why do you think that is? What do you notice about the difference between one shot and two shot? Why do you think that is? It's not bad that you noticed that. That's good. Training you guys to think. Gotta use that media literacy. Somebody had said something. I await audience participation. Is it for a background, maybe? I'm talking about, to help you, it is the structure of the scene. So what you see in front of you, there's a reason I'm calling attention to it. I will explain, now that we've hit the line art phase. I just want to see what people are reading with what they get now. I'm curious. What was the question you zoned out? What do you notice about the structure of the scene and the posing of this picture? What do you notice? I bet Vorkson's typing up a big fucking text wall. Audience participation time. I believe in you guys. You can do this. Use those big brains. Gotta put it to the test. Gotta push it to the limit. I like this song a lot. Go home looks like this instantly despite the recognition in Elise's eyes. Interesting take. Alright, an art caveman. I'm only sure that her expression is intensified with her 2.5 eyebrows. I'm talking structure. But Potemkin sees like a nigh unstable force. Okay, interesting. Would it help you if I said simplify your thinking? Y'all are jumping the gun. Again, all of this is super simple. I'm not like, I know I'm joking about like media literacy and turn those big brains on, but all of this, what you're seeing here, is legitimately, wait, what are you doing? Oh god, come on, I'm trying to have an audience participation part of the stream. Alright, here. Let me help you. Let's do this. Let's unstoppable. I figured unstoppable was your point. Let's do this really quick. Ready? I'm gonna go here and we're going to, in red, mark from here to here. We'll carve that line out, right? This is how much space Potemkin is taking in this shot. And then we're going to draw out Elise down here. Talking about structure, right? This is how much she takes up right there. Now, looking at this, looking at the relationship between this right here, what does this make you feel? I'm gonna look at you guys while you do this. Because if you really look at this, right? If you really look at what you're seeing in front of you right now, this is something that you would probably find in a modern art piece. Titanic. You fucking see it. Shut the fuck up, Parkson. David versus Goliath. Good, Sheba. Good. We like that train of thought. Is that Elise is being pushed into a corner? Okay. Interesting that you bring that up, Pravis. I like that take. We'll come back to somebody else's comment in a minute to actually address that. I await any more answers. If anyone else has anything else to think about this. Turn on your dumb art brain and look at the relationship between these two things here, right? Potemkin is mid-spread. You fucking guys are gonna kill you. Oh my god, that was not expected in the slightest. Okay. Okay. Sloan, he takes up like 80% of the canvas. Good. All right. We're gonna stop playing fucking 20 questions with this. I'm just gonna get into explaining it. So step 1, Potemkin is very, very square in his posing. If we pull him up, right, from his back to the shape of his axe, right, he is very square. But he's an angled square. Why? Because he's throwing all of his weight in a direction. There is gravity with this. There is flow with this. This is a mobile square, right? Squares in shape language are very rigid. They don't like to move. They're very structure. You know, they're fucking. On the other hand, if we go back and we look at Elise, right, and we carve her out, she is a triangle. Like that. We have a square moving on to a triangle. But do you notice something about how these two shapes line up with each other? Who is more structurally sound in this framing? When you boil down these two poses to one another, who is actually more structurally sound? That's a question for you guys. You feel free to answer. Look at the actual shapes and how they would relate to one another if by, you know, let's say in actuality, right? This big red square, if I could fucking erase that, right? Is like that. Their edges are parallel. Good. Now, if this shape, this square, what happens? The square's going to topple over because it's larger than the triangle. Even with just these simple shapes, right? We go back to this base pose. The one that is the most structurally sound is Elise. She has the strongest position, even with this overwhelming dominant force that is, again, taking up 80% of the screen. She is a fucking triangle and about to topple it over. Not only is that done through shape language, like the shape of their poses in general, it's also done with, as mentioned earlier, the blank space. Notice that Potemkin has very, very little blank space. It's all filled with these motion values, all of these little blurs, all of these little, you know, motion lines, right? But then we get to Elise. Dead space. She is so foundationally secure that none of this weight is affecting her. Not only that, in all of what you see here, this and this, oh, not that, this and this is also being reflected in emotions with Elise. She is not insecure. She is not worried. She is like on the fucking ball right now. Her face and her stance is ready to jump back at this guy. He is also noticeably, this is important, what is his hand doing here? This is like a mild amount of like fighting knowledge, so I will forgive those that don't know. He's trying to gain actual leverage. He's trying to break her stance. He isn't just going for a regular cut. He's going to smash into her, trying to break her form, and can't do it. All of this, everything, both from the shape language to the expressions to the body language to the posing to the effects, everything comes full circle to go back to there is a triangle and a square is being like left to fall on top of it. If you can draw a square and a fucking triangle, you can do this. Now let's go over what we went over earlier, shall we? Let's do that. Here's the thing. If you can draw, check this shit out, ready? If you can go here and you can draw a curved line and a straight line, you can do this! Isn't that fucking crazy? Ain't that fucking nutso? Ain't that so fucking cool? I think it's fucking cool. The hand on top and the lower hand with the blades just shows that he's actively putting as much force that he can into it. Vorkson got it! I bet he's a little bit behind right now, but you fucking nailed it. None of what you see here is hard. So penicillin gets no damage. You guys are fucking killing me. Why do you guys say shit like that, man? Oh, fuck. Oh, it's funny. Yes. Yes, he does indeed get no dips by geometry. Oh, okay. Whew. But yes, again, it is literally that shrimple. And we haven't even colored anything yet either, right? Again, this goes all the way back to our initial sketches as well. You were behind? Okay, see? I knew it. I knew it. See? We went from here to here. All he did was clean things up, but this same structure, the structure that we started all the way at the beginning, that is basically just these goobers, posed into this goober, turned all the way into this goober. Goobers. Am I right or am I right? All right, now we can actually get to fucking coloring this, as I said, goober. Oh, you know what? I forgot. He actually has extra details. And what's going to happen when I add the extra details is we're going to see even more contrast. Something that you guys should be paying attention to right now as well is like the contrast right now. Also, I said earlier I wanted to do this, so I'm going to do it now before I forget. Ooh, that actually looks really sick. Not that last one. We're gonna go under it. I'm gonna add like a little bit of gray. Those. Maybe what I'll do instead of adding the gray is I'll just go around and add some black. Yeah, that's definitely the move. That definitely looks way cooler. And then I'm just going to add white behind these so that they don't lose that, like, depth that they have, because I think it looks really cool. I think this is way cooler than giving him, like, one white eye. That looks fucking sick! Alright, let's grab his helmet, start going over his metal. Metal. Already running into an issue. Alright. I'm gonna label this as color so I know where it is. Because I know for a fact I'm gonna run into problems where I just like don't know where it is when I swap around. Okay, that's already also an issue. said boop, boop, boop. Through lineup. Here he is. Grab his 2 base colors. Which one's which? Okay, yellow is the out. Red is. Just like that. Now, for those that are paying attention, what are you noticing about the color choices whenever I swap between here, which is this design that we're working with, and then here, which is this design that we're working with? Also, I realized I didn't give him his little shoulder thing. I'm just going to say it's like over here and not worry about it too much. Over here, over here. That's for that, actually. And then this is that. This would be for this, and I never actually went in and fixed it. That's too big. That's just right. Wrong layer. Wrong layer. Wrong layer. Right layer. Thank you. Cooler colors versus warmer colors. Think simpler. Think way simpler. Super duper simple. That's the wrong one again. Gotta go here and fill this in back. Wrong again, right again. Hit that one. Saturated. Simple. I said simple. Stop using big words. Uses rather bland / dull colors. I said simple. Do I got? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, God, not what I wanted. Okay, apparently the difference is an E in the name. Did not realize. That one. Open image in new tab. That works. Simple. 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 Hold on, I can get even simpler. Hold on. Wait, why is it? Ready? You guys are gonna feel really silly. Simple. 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 You gotta simplify your minds. You gotta see the simplicity behind complexity. Do I need to be more specific? US foot Jovial, I'm gonna kick you in the fucking nuts, dude. Swear to Christ. Right up in the nuts. Tadpole. Simple. Shrimple. Yeah. You gotta get Shrimple in here. It's time to get Shrimple. Rumple. Should be fine. Frankly, at this point. Trumple. He's red, she's blue. I still want to make that like more saturated like that. But I don't want, I want it to like be down here almost. Might have actually been the move. Hold on. I want it to be bright enough that you can see it as blue. But dark enough that it's not like that bright. Jesus fucking Christ, girl, your thighs are like insane. You were expecting Star Wars once you realized it on the first example. Honestly, that would have been a better idea. That would have been, you know, better, but the show's name is literally Red versus Blue, so I thought it would help accelerate things a little bit. So I swapped over to her very quickly. I am actually going to grab that and this. Start doing her colors. I like her colors a lot, actually. I think her colors are pretty neat. I think I'm out of things to color that. Yep. We could go to her steel color. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen, but that's okay. Actually, we're gonna take that, we're gonna move it there. Make it darker. Just for that background junk. Then we're gonna go here, there, we're gonna go there, and then we're gonna go there. We're gonna go here, and then we're gonna go there, and then we're gonna go boop, and we're gonna boop, 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 doop, scoop. That's her shoulder. That's her cheek. I am gonna get like really close and do her face. I mean, probably, honestly. I don't know, I've never weighed her. That's a lie, actually. She used to have a Canon weight of like 130 pounds. She was 5'4", 130 pounds. Which is very heavy for someone that height. That's what she used to weigh. What she weighs now, fuck if I know. I haven't done that math. Muscle is denser than fat. That makes sense. I think that used to be my logic. But for obvious reasons, she's not exactly cooking with that much muscle at the moment. I mean, she's still muscular, don't get me wrong. She's just got assets in other places. Alright, we gotta go in and touch up these little spots here. Curve that around. There we go. Here. There. There. Sounds like something out of either Dark Souls or Assassin's Creed, one of the two. I doubt it's either. It is indeed Signalis. Ooh. The new best Charge Blade builds after AT Raidal.
Since the first title update of Monster Hunter Wilds, we've been given
Hold
a
on,
brand
I
new
want to watch
weapon
this really quick.
component, most notably from the game's low-rank story returning final boss, Zoshia. Along with its gear, the title update also introduced nerfs to the Corrupted Mantle, which has reduced its damage and duration, but the most impactful change to it
We fuck with
is
Team
the nerf
Darkside.
to its
We like
affinity
Team
going
Darkside a
from
lot.
30% to just 10%. Therefore, in this build video, we'll be covering builds that can reach as close to 80 or 100% affinity as possible to account for Corrupted Mantle's downtime during longer hunts. Before we get into the actual builds, let's talk about the new Zoshia's Charge Blade. With true raw display settings enabled, this Charge Blade sits at 220 base raw, 200 Dragon Element, 5%
Not bad.
affinity, 50 hits of white, and level 3 to
Hey, type.
1 deco slots. In comparison, an Artian Charge Blade with 3 attack infusions and a guard roll of 4 attack boosts and 1 sharpness boost gives it 225 raw, 50 hits of white sharpness, and 5% affinity, along with any status of your choice and triple level 3 deco slots. In terms of stats wise, the Zoshia CB can be a decent alternative for those who aren't as lucky with their Artian rolls, even though the Artian CB grants more utility with its deco slots and status effects. However, what makes the Zoshia CB stand out compared to its Artian counterpart is its unique weapon skill, White Flame Torrent. How this skill works is by approximately every 3 to 4 hits and a cooldown timer of 6 seconds, the weapon will deal a 50 true raw damage explosion.
Yup.
This skill can also be further amplified by the Rathalos armor skill, Scorcher, which adds additional fire damage that scales with a monster's
You
fight.
ever played Monster Hunter before?
This means that fights and monsters that
Fight
are
big
weak
Dark
to
Souls
fire,
boss,
the
skin it
Zoshia
alive,
CB
make armor and weapons out of it to go fight next Dark Soul
especially if
boss.
you don't have perfect reinforcement rules. If you're hitting a
That's the
lightning
game.
every
That's
6
the
seconds
whole
or
game,
so,
and it's
which
great, and it's
Seems
awesome.
Savage Axe does especially well, you'll be dealing a 500 damage.
I actually have
per
a
minute,
whole video that I
regardless if
made
it's
talking about how much I love it and why
That
it's
being
good
said,
and
the
why people
Arctic
should play
CB
it.
still offers more utility with its deco slots, status effects, and
Or at least
probably
like why
actual
I
hunts.
fuck with it a
Being
lot.
able to KO a monster, then
It's not really a
paralyze it and
review
KO it
as much
again
as it's
makes
just
the
like me
power
gushing
Artian
about the
CB
game for a
so
while.
broken in this game. Another CB that can compete with the Artians and Zoshia for raw damage would be the Guardian Rathalos CB. This weapon comes with 220 base raw, 15% affinity, 20 hits of white sharpness, and 250 fire, along with built-in Master's Touch, and 1 level of critical element. Its higher
So,
affinity makes it easier
what's
to
the
build
build?
sets with, and edges
I
out
want to know what
against
the build
50%
is.
Affinity and 15 raw. This grants the set 85% affinity when not accounting
Where's
for
the
title
here it
update
is.
1.
So Gore, Numinous, Gore, fucking
That is
4 sets of
until
Gore.
Arch-tempered Raidal was added to the game.
Uh-huh.
The Raidal Gamma armor pieces that you'll be looking to make will be the head, arms, and waist pieces paired with
Yeesh.
Formigala chest and legs. The reason why we're playing these 3 pieces is because of their skill efficiency and the
Jesus,
use
look
of
at those
bonus
fucking
lords.
gem slots,
What Lord Soul
dude.
does is that it gives you the skill Guts, which prevents you from fainting after taking lethal damage above a set threshold.
Do
And
that at some
whilst
point.
that has
Well,
not
let me
been
know when you do.
activated,
I'm down to
Lord
tag
Soul
along
grants you a
if you do it
5%
tonight.
more raw attack. Compared to the 4-piece Gore set bonus, what gives the Raidal Gamma set the lead is that it comes with another skill, and that's Latent Power level 2. There are 2 ways you can activate Latent Power. Either it will activate after 2 minutes of combat automatically, or you can activate it faster by taking 130 damage to your health. Once Latent Power activated, you will be getting 20% affinity for 2 minutes, but then because of the 2-piece set bonus Thunderous Roar,
It adds
you
it.
can increase this duration to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Like this, while Latent Power is active, you can reach 100% affinity, even without an Expert 3 jewel. So this means you can play either an attack 3 jewel or other useful jewels of your choosing. Therefore, with latent power active and attack 3 jewels slotted in, this gives the Ray Dao Gamma build an around 6 to 7% damage increase over 4p score. Oh well, at least the armor is worth farming for.
I don't know.
Right? Well, apart from the damage
I don't
increase,
know,
the
for
set
me-
also comes with a
For
bit
me,
of
this is just for
skill.
me. This is just me. I don't like the skills that Tempered Radao gives. I think the fight is fun. Yes. The armor, I think it's because I have my comfort build, which is the Guardian Rathalos set, with the Numenos chest piece. Because I use that with the White Flame Torrent. And I just fucking melt shit with that. I feel really strong with that. I like that build a lot. And I have a lot of points invested in it as an upgrade. So downgrading myself to use a set with like a different play style that actually would make me have to go use an Ardian weapon makes me not want to use it at all. I want to keep using the Zoshia weapons because they look sick as fuck. Right? I think they look awesome. So having a build that lets me use them is just like comfortable. And across the board too, like all of them benefit from my set. So it doesn't matter what I'm playing, like what weapon I choose. As long as I'm using a Zoshia weapon, I'm always like optimal, I guess is the way to put it.
Which is pretty comfy. And Guts is a really handy skill for tough fights as well. So for
Yeah, and the fact that it comes with a like a free don't take damage is or free revive during a hunt is pretty good. All right, let's do music again. We could do this. I like the song. And keep working on this. Alright, I think she's basically fully colored. Was that one map video? Ah. What's that? What's the map video? Oh, this is Baldur's Gate. I feel like magma worms could work well in Monster Hunter, maybe. Yep. There were 2. Actor? Is that how you Agnactor. There you go. What's the big one? Lavasioth? What was that in? There's a really specific specific monster that I'm thinking of. The living volcano.
The fight.
That's Gravios. Cantor. MH for you. What was it called? What was the ice one? Uconlos, that's its name. Conlos, but fire. Conlos. How do I beat Uconlos? So many people can't fight it. Okay, I can't think of anything. I think more like Makar. Hold on. That is a hockey player. I don't think that's what you meant. Oh. Okay, yeah, that is more closer to the one that I'm thinking of. Hold on. Also, that's technically a Fatalis. This boy. I know he is just generic dragon, but he's like scarier than that. MH for you, all G rank monsters. Oh my god, the fucking amount of ads. Watch. Cantor? Was it actually a Cantor? Was I right? Oh my god, I was so right. Cantor. There you go. The Cantor. Was a map, it was a single person that used a lot of characters for it. Oh, I know the one you're talking about now. Yeah, a Canthor's sick. We can find like a good picture of him. This is fan art, but it looks sick as fuck. Nah, Cantor was cool. I hope he gets added to Wilds. That'd be awesome. Monster Hunter knew how to do it. That thing was fucking scary. We just used to hunt this guy for fun. Oh. Obi. Obi's theme is really fun. Where's... Give me Obi's theme. Yeah, that's this thing's theme. Fucking nose, dude. I think you're behind now, too. Maybe. I feel like that's a response to me going, the hockey player? Yes, Vorks, and I know exactly yeah, that video. Yep, I remember that when that was new. Love that video. I didn't even know half the characters on it. Then I got older, and then I did, and then I want to cry. Well, what did we learn to do to fix that? What am I doing? Oh, I'm using blur, that's why. Did you learn? I would hope you learned something. My blur tool. I just had it a second ago. Where did it go? There it is. Blur. Blur. Add. More texture out of this. I don't feel like I'm lacking a lot of texture in this. Oh, you know what? I know how to get like really cheap texture really quick. One is very clearly like the shadow color. It's mostly that one. The other is very clearly the highlight variant. Excuse me. Oh. Like, pardon me? Trying to do, you know, detailed metalwork here? Fuck is your problem? Also, Vorkson, the thing that you learned was simplifying shit. If there's like a complex shape that you're having a hard time with, just simplify it. Make it easier on yourself. That's what you learned. That's what I would hope you learned. Knowing that you failed to implement it, you just need to remember to do it often enough to do it without thought. Yeah, so do it with thought, and you'll learn to do it without thought. Forehead. I call you forehead with love. With parasocial love. Oh, my fucking nose, dude. Can't do this shit no more. Do it across the leg too, like that, yeah. Yeah, we'll go easier on it, because that was kind of a lot. Kind of took away from the leg a little bit. Go. I think overall he looks pretty good. I think the only thing I gotta add is some shading on his pole arm. That around there. That around, up and around like that. Gives it more of a rounded pole arm shape, as one would imagine from a rounded pole arm. And then on... What color did I make his boots? Get that, like, red color. Got it. Now, what I'm gonna try to do is... do that. Take this. Foreground transparent. I'm going to take purple. A very light purple. And I'm gonna go... Actually, I'm gonna go over it, clipping. I don't know, I feel like he needs another color. Usually that works really good. I think it's okay. And then I have a fun idea for doing like another smear, but it's gonna take a second because I gotta do her design. I'm gonna take that down and make that darker. And that's basically just white, so I'm gonna leave that alone. But we are gonna go in here and we're gonna go whoop. Boop, boop, boop. Why does it look slightly golden? Because it is slightly gold. And this is the forward side of the blade, so this needs to go like that. Like that. Take a big dip like that. Dip like that. While also doing that. 'Cause it's just like layer. There we go. Those can get progressively more. That can wrap around. That can wrap around. Go. Okay, now this fun part. Grab her skin color shading. Around like that. Around like that. Need to give this one back here a little bit of shine to show that it's like the same color, but just like in the background. Same thing here is I need the shading for the black as well for her arm. I'm gonna have it sit like that. Yeah. Okay. And then we can grab her shadow, her highlight, start going at her hair. Pine cone coming out of her head. Alright, now I get to do the fun part. Just taking a big... that, going sideways, going above the line art, zooming out, making this really big. Okay, maybe I need a different brush. Eraser, make it big. Not that big. Need one like right here. And then I gotta go down here, go to this one. Grab this blue. As close to blue as I can get. Really saturated, make it really big. Go above everything. And get that same circle that we got before. Duplicate this, undergo here. We're gonna grab blur tool and just start going fucking ham with it. Then we're gonna go up here and we're gonna go add. We're gonna lower the opacity of that a little bit and lower the opacity of that a little bit. So now that all syncs up. It's got that glow to it that looks really sick. And then on top of that, what we're gonna do is I'm actually gonna grab an orange. Go away. I need to click over there. Go away. Thank you. We're gonna make this a little smaller. We're gonna go on top of that. We're gonna do a little crack. So a little circle. Little circle. Little like nut shape. We're gonna do the exact same thing. I'm gonna go up here. Do the exact same thing, but we're gonna take a yellow. Not yellow enough. It's pretty fucking yellow. Make it paler. That expand out a little bit more. Duplicate it, go under. Find the blur tool again. Just blur the hell out of it. And then up here, we're gonna go add. We're gonna do the exact same thing. There. Then we're gonna go back here. See his poof. We're gonna add the poof. It is not, in fact, a fart. It is instead dust. I'm gonna grab some gray. We're gonna grab an airbrush. And we're gonna try our best. Kind of get that same effect going on. Really thin. Start fucking with it a little bit. Grab this really light one, kind of go over it a bit here, like that. Let's go over that a little bit more. Darker. Blur, which is where? There. Just kind of blur all that down a lot. Lower how much you can see of it, but it's still there. Alright, now I need to figure out where the fuck they are. I don't want them fighting, like, in a forest again. I'm sick of doing forests. I think a creepy cave is a good idea, and I think I have good reference material for a creepy cave. Give me a second. Hang on. Where is it? Is it 2023? It might be 2023. Free Night? No, it would be under this. Yeah. Yep, found it. Alright, so we've got... Hello? Oh, I'm on blur. So we've got the ground. And then we've got this background. Now I remember I wanted white behind his face because it kind of brings out that his mask things a little bit. So I fuck with that. So leave that alone. We're gonna grab that brown again. We're gonna go here. We're gonna add some stalagmites. Is that the one that goes down? The one that comes the one that comes up? Because stalactite comes down, right? We're gonna grab this color. We're gonna go down and we're gonna do that. We're gonna make it really big and we're gonna go whoop, whoop, whoop. Actually, no, we're gonna make it less so. So it's a very naturally dark color, so I'm trying to... And then same thing up here with this gray that we'll do here. I actually kind of want to get darker down here. And like darker. And so then this layer here would actually be not necessarily dark. This brown color I think would be good. Color. Multiply. And then what I would do here is grab an airbrush, grab transparency, make it really fucking big, and just all around this center point, just kind of knock it out a little bit like that. And then what I'm going to also do is airbrush black, go over top of everything. Start adding in a little blur like that, like a little darkness around the picture like that. Lighten it up a little bit so it's not too over dominating. Go here, go there, go back here to this, go here, make it really big, go whoop. See? I want the rest of this blade visible too. What are some good tools for shading? I'm meant to be really lackluster. I just do cell shading, and I use airbrush and transparency junk to kind of get like a blur. That's kind of it. And I'm gonna go over this, and I'm actually gonna go with white, kind of go swing along like the edge of the blade to kind of give it like a hue, a glow. We add it. Ooh yeah, kind of fuck with that actually. What if we did? Where's that line art? I'm gonna label it line art. Then I have to do it for her as well, which I am totally cool with. Where did I do it? Is it here? It's there. Let's do that. Spoop, spoop. I want to give it like a bit more color. So what I'm probably going to do is we're going to go here. I'm going to take red, like a very bright red, and then I'm going to take a really bright blue, and we're going to go foreground, background, and we're just going to go that. And then I'm going to do color, and we're going to lighten that up a little bit, like a lot. Lot. Just so it's subtle, but it's still there. It makes their blues and their reds kind of pop out way more, which is kind of cool. And again, what I kind of want to do is with his color, maybe I should just use black or something. Ooh. Darken. I want him to be more scary, I guess is the way to put it. All right, now let's do a fun thing very quickly to test something. Y'all know this trick before? Let's do it again. Ooh, that does the thing that I want it to, actually. All right, once again. Audience participation. What do you notice now that we've removed all color, but we do still have contrast? What do you notice between darks and lights? I'm gonna try and like make that section of his face darker. Trying to avoid burnout. You're trying to write a video right now. Had to revise your script too many times and it's gotten exhausting. Move on. Do something different. That's it. I know that might not be the answer that you want, but that's legit. It is that if you are having a hard time with something and it is not going your way, instead of struggling and like being frustrated and hating your life over something, just do something different. Just like go do anything else. Go do something else. Do something else. Sorry, I have to make fun of my own stutter. Oh, it's okay the way it is. He says sharper shadow. Does she? Oh, kind of. Yeah. No, I see what you mean. where they clash. The bunny girl is wreathed in light. Good shit, Killa. Good shit. Much darker than Elise and some overpowering Potemkin. Good. You guys are doing good with this. I'm so proud of you. Try making things simpler. I assume there's an outline for the video. True. My take with that specific, like, if there was an actual problem with the video, right? Like, if writing the video is the problem, that's a whole different can of worms. It's specifically that it's burnout and that you have rewritten it a bunch of times and you're struggling to like make it work the way you want it to. But the genuine answer to that might just be that the thing that you want it to be is not going to work. And I know that sounds shitty. I know that's not the thing people want to hear. But when I say that, I specifically mean like you might need to remove yourself from it for a little bit and then do something else for a moment and then walk back to it and see if anything's changed. It's a very common thing with, at least I do it a lot with art, is if there's a design or there's like a drawing or something else that I'm not really fucking with and I don't really like it, I will walk away from it, not even finishing it. I'll just walk away from it and I'll give it a minute, right? I'll either go up and like get a sandwich if it's like something minor, or if it's something major like a whole design or anything, I will literally walk away for days or just like a day in general. And when I walk back and I go look at it again, I go, oh, I know why I don't like that anymore, because I'm not attached to it as much. If you remove yourself from the thing that's bothering the fuck out of you and do something that you actually enjoy that's like adjacent, you won't be as burnt out. I have been burnt out a fuck ton, but 9 times out of 10, the thing that burns me out is when I'm done working on a project. So like if I do an animation, which I haven't done in forever, or if I do like a big video or something, I don't want to immediately go and do another one because I'm now fucking tired. I'm like exhausted. Whew, that took it out of me. I'm good not doing that again for a hot fucking minute, let me tell you. Again, it comes back to the thing that I say to everybody: fail faster. Be comfortable failing. It's okay to not be perfect. The only time that failing becomes a problem is when you're failing over and 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 over again, and you can't get it fucking right, and you don't just stop. Sometimes it's just that simple as being like, man, just can't get it right. I'm going to take a break and not try to like piss myself off with this more. I do that a lot. You guys have seen me do it. Happens all the fucking time. And it's totally fine. There's never any problem with that happening. I think this isn't so much at you, architecture, so don't worry about it too much. Also, I gotta turn down the music. Jesus Christ. Hold on, let me put on different music. Here, we'll put on this. I think the way that a lot of us in our very recent generation, so anywhere from like 16-year-olds to like 30-year-olds, sometime around that generation from like the 90s to around like the 2010s, the way we grew up was very like, you can't fail, if that makes sense. It's not so much the participation trophy thing that was happening for a while. I mean specifically like either schools or otherwise, they always kind of had this fear of failure kind of thing, you know? A lot of assignments in school are specifically designed around you either get it right the time they give it to you or you fail. Like the fact that homework is graded in general when homework is meant to be, hey, go home and test what you fucking remember from school, come back the next day, see what you've retained, we'll go over it, and whatever you've forgotten, that's what you need to work on to remember. That's what the point of fucking homework is. It's not supposed to be like hours and hours and hours and hours of extra bullshit for people to be doing, which is what most of us were getting, that would then be graded when you got back to school on whether or not you did it, and not so much on what you fucking remembered. That kind of upbringing, that kind of mentality that a lot of, like, you know, schools and otherwise have given people, it kind of makes people afraid to fuck up. And especially in the world that we live in currently, where you can be canceled at any time for one minor fuck up, or making a mistake, or saying something wrong. It doesn't matter. You know, you have one crash out, you have one bad take, congrats, you're fucking canceled, right? Everybody hates you. You fall out of your community because of this one time, this one moment. Because of that, it puts a lot more stress on people to be perfect off the rip. And especially when you're comparing yourself to other artists or other people, a lot of the time you'll primarily focus on those successes and see people that are doing really good, and not really focusing on your own growth and the fact that you need to be fucking up to get better. Making mistakes is how you improve, and if you never fuck up, that means you never try. If you are perfect at everything off the rip, what is the point of doing anything? This goes back again to my whole point of why I don't like AI art, is that it primarily focuses around creating what is perceived as a perfect image, generating that through it's like, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. AI art is literally designed to take the best features from from art that you like and put it into one image, and then do what you tell it to do, right? That's what AI art is. That's why I don't like it, is because it doesn't allow for failure. It will fuck up. The AI will fuck up. It will do something wrong. It'll generate a wrong amount of fingers. It'll fuck up shit. It'll not generate the prompt that the person wants. But here's the thing, is that failure of the AI is not on the fucking shoulders of the person writing the prompt. They don't have to worry about, oh no, I didn't prompt correctly. They go, oh, stupid AI, not doing what I tell you to do. Do it right this time. Hisha! And then they whip it. And then it eventually does what they want them to do. Or they go and they modify it themselves, thinking that they just did something important, but they didn't. That's the problem that a lot of people don't see about AI art in general, is that it removes the accountability of choices for the artist. And as you just witnessed over the course of these past 4.5 hours, as we worked on this image, everything that I've done here was a purposeful choice for the basing of this image. Right down from Elise's posing, to Potemkin's posing, to the color choices, to the locale choices. Even here where we're at this point with the saturation and the contrast and all that. Saturation, that's not where we're at. With the contrast that we're at, and the brightness. I specifically worked to make the brightest point where they clash exactly. Oh, I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. My bad. Exactly where they clash, right? Because that's where I want you to be looking. I want you to see this immediate explosion of action. And because of how dominating Potemkin is, he's most likely going to be the first thing that you pay attention to. The first thing that you kind of see when you look at the image. Especially because, once again, what do? I'm making decisions right now to make people look at this image. Ready to see what it is? Check this out. Hey, do you guys remember that thing that I talked about with comics? Those who have been here when I talk about comics, there's this thing called a sightline that people will naturally do. Most people, when they read, they go right to left, right? Now, when it comes to an image, you don't really have that same luxury because you're not working with lines. Instead, you're working with a whole value. So what do you have to do? Oh, you start from here. Well, what's happening here? Well, you have a lot of diagonal lines. So your eye is going to follow this space, naturally get caught by this, down, notice probably the helmet, see this line, follow this line, and see the big explosion here, see her, and this is your sight line. But realistically, if you median it out, it goes like this. I have one big immediate line of all the action that you need to witness. Everything else is fluff. The most important things are on this line. It is the clash, and it is her expression. Everything else can be taken in at your own pace. But the immediate thing I want people to take away is the fact that she's blocking something and that her face is not worried. These are choices and decisions that I, the artist, have made to make that my art is both readable, understandable, tells a narrative, gives you a feeling, and makes sure that you understand what you're actually looking at. This contrasted with a lot of AI generated art that you may or may not see. Most of my experience with seeing AI art, by the way, is with Shadiversity. Fucking hate him. We know this. If you look at Shadiversity's AI art, I don't recommend it. 90% of it is basically just these, just standing poses with a randomly generated background of varying fantasy genres. There's no story, there's no arc, there's no narrative, there's no anything behind them. The one that I've seen that has like the closest thing to anything is the one of his night girl fighting a dragon. But even that is pretty fucking bad because it lacks a lot of oomph. There's no tension to it. There's no anything to it. There's no life to it. Because AI art lacks life. Because life is a series of decisions. And without a series of decisions, you don't see anything. Every mark, every line, every decision, every color placement, every shading, fucking motion, everything that I did in this image was on purpose. With intent, with drive, with passion, with understanding, everything. Don't be afraid to fuck up. Because I fucked up plenty to get to this point. I have 15 years, almost 16 years of fuck ups behind me to get to this point. Hold on. Let's pull up the DeviantArt, shall we? Pull up the DeviantArt. Let's go all the way back. Let's go all the way back. Somebody paid money for this. My old buddy Nobody paid money for this. This was 2016. Almost 10 years ago. Jesus. I'm fucking old, dude. Holy shit. I got hit by a blast of the past with that one. My God. 10 years ago, dude. 10 fucking years ago. Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate came out 10 years ago. Oh my God, I'm old. Oh my Jesus. Somebody paid money for this, by the way. This was a commission. This wasn't just me fucking around. This was real. This is shit. This is fucking terrible. Look at the shading on this garbage. This is fucking miserable. It is so bad. Well, hey, this fuck up, I got better. Do I have any more? Oh God, look at What is this design? What is this color? Look at the feet. Look at those. Why is he standing like that? Why is he got like a little thigh gap going on? What's this little thigh gap, dude? Ugh, why is one arm bandaged and the other one not? Oh god. 2017, by the way. 2017. I was 17 years old when I made this. Blech. Blech. This one's okay. Do we have any more over here that I can click that's not like shit? No, I guess it's just gonna keep showing me the same ones. This one's from 2019. This was 2 years later. Hey, look. My feet are reasonably okay this time. Reasonably. This one's a little fucked up. I got better. It's a slow progression. Oh, let's go back. Did I open it and just like pull it up over here? Yeah. Here, let's do a little. Ignore the friendly neighborhood Joseph Stalin, okay? Ignore that. It's not important. Look at these. Ugh. Ugh, what is the shading on this? Ugh. Ugh. Look at this one. Somebody paid money for this one. Dude, somebody paid me like $60 to make this, probably. Dead name. Look at my chicken scratchy line art, dude. I wouldn't be caught dead doing that shit today, man. Oh my god. It's so bad. It's so bad. Actually, it's in that one too. It's chicken scratchy line art. Look. It's so bad. What are these boots? What are these folds on these boots? How many belts do you need, bitch? Damn. She's always had the 3 spikes though. Brother, what are her shorts doing? What are those boots doing? That's shit, that's terrible. When was this? 2016. This one's like my best one because it was traced. Back in the day, I used to trace occasionally. It would happen. Okay, alright. I need y'all to look at this. Right? Look at this. 2016. Right? 2016. Now I want you to look at this. 2025. 2016. 2025. 2016. 2025. 2016. 10 years. 10 years of a difference. Am I right or am I right? Look how wildly different that is. I'm not even talking about anything else. It's just, yeah, they're the same. No, it is. Oh, her leg is like broken because I didn't know if foreshortening worked. This little guy was just kind of like randomly drawn up, but he still had the fucking mask thing going on. I don't know what is with me and like masks and like flat teeth. I don't know what my problem is with that shit. What is that face? It's like a man. That's like a man. That ain't no wolf. That's a fucking man. Look at that tail, dude. What is this shading? What is this like grass texture? Oh, you can see the white underneath. That is a butt. Okay, this is around the time that I started getting better. Damn, I just like let this shit out like in the open. Damn. And then we got better, and then we hit Vanguard. Hell yeah. Like, I got better. Over time, slowly. Wow, this is pretty... What's it, this like airbrushed shading shit that I used to do? What is this garbage? This is terrible. But hey, look where we are now. We're doing a lot better. And it took me 10 years. 10 years to get to this point. 10 years, a little bit of college, you know, and a lot of work. If drawing or making anything doesn't immediately come to you, that is fine. It doesn't. That's not how that shit works. If you're talented or have like an immediate understanding of what you're doing, great. That's awesome. But at the same time, like, you still gotta put in work to get somewhere with it, you know? All right. So here's the vibe, right? I'm happy with this. Actually, you know what I'm actually gonna do? Hold on. We're gonna do this. We're gonna give it that like little movie theater filter like that. Because I think that looks cool. I think that looks nice. We're gonna save this. I'm gonna upload it to the Discord. I'm gonna upload it to the Blue Sky, and I will also upload it to the Patreon. And I think for tonight, that is the end of stream. I know tonight was really short, but for the most part, I only had art planned. I have some things that I want to do for a little bit after stream, basically work on videos for a minute or two. Not really record anything, but mostly write stuff. But for the most part, this is kind of it. This is kind of where we're at. Tomorrow, I will also run a poll again in the Discord for what people want to see. Either more illustrations, or, you know, we can start working on a comic idea or something else. But you know, we have a lot to possibly do. So I'm pretty satisfied with this, actually. This makes me really happy. So I'll be uploading that in a bit. Let's hop over here really quick to discuss some things. So again, tomorrow I'll put up another poll for what people want to see, because I don't really know what's on the docket. You know, I don't know what people are interested in seeing right now. We don't really have anything special going on, and especially where I am canceling a shit ton of memberships to things, except for the Minecraft world. That will not be canceled because that's basically funded by the Patreon. I am no longer going to be playing 14 every week. I was keeping up with the resets, but no longer. I'm probably not going to play until the next expansion comes out. I deleted Oblivion because it was actually taking up a fuck ton of space on my computer. It's 120 something gigs, dude. That shit's fucking a lot, like a lot. So there's that. And we have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to go through still. So maybe if people are interested in seeing that tomorrow, we'll do that. But I'll put that in the poll. Whether it's just more art or something else, we'll just keep on trucking along. That's kind of where we're at. But again, thank you guys for watching today. I appreciate it. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. And I'll see you tomorrow.